But when Herman abandons me like this, but anyway. so what I've been asked to do today was the umpires, marshal, and aligners. So it's essentially the on-water duties at a regatta. So, whoops. So what I'll do, I'll start just with a little bit of background, and then we'll move on to marshals, then aligner, then starter. Then we'll do umpire and the pilot. I wasn't asked to do the pilot, but it's a bit hard to do the umpire without the pilot. And then we'll take questions. So I've only got 180 slides, so we should be done in about 3 hours, I think. Okay, so the first, I think we see this at every presentation. There's two documents that are very important for officials. The one is the rules of racing, and the other is the handbook for officials. They're both available on the ROSA website, or the links to it from Selwyn's ID Wiz rowing page as well. And of course, everybody needs to know these and be able to recite them, non-stop from beginning to end. So that test will be coming towards the end of the presentation today. Okay, so in terms of officials, what are the principles that we deal with? And the two most important ones are safety and fairness, and safety always trumps fairness. So the lives and well-being of the members of the crews, and of the officials and so forth, are of paramount importance to us. And then fairness, follows that. But obviously, we want to achieve both. So fairness really is that all rowers shall compete fairly, show respect for their opponents and for the regatta officials, and they need to be on the start on time, and also to follow the instructions of the officials at all time, both on and off the water. This respect is really important and has been not always adequately adhered to, in recent times. But of course, officials need to be the same, show respect for the competitors, be good-spirited at all times, but in particular ensure that the rules of racing are applied fairly, and create an atmosphere of both respect and well-being for the competitors. So what do we mean by the rules of the racing being applied fairly? It really comes down to that the crew should be given an unimpeded chance of winning, and the race needs to be conducted on that basis. So when we're talking about officials' duties, and please, folk, stick up your hand. Ask questions at any time, challenge me if you disagree, whatever you want, but let's make this interactive. I don't want to get to the end with 100 questions, just rather ask them as we go. So we're dealing with the water duties, and so what's the most important thing we need to know before getting on the water? Anybody want to have a go at that? Obviously late in the day. So before getting on the water, the most crucial thing we need to know is what are the traffic rules for that piece of water for the time that we're going to be on it. And this is rudderplot, and these are the racing rules for a 2,000 meter race. Now this isn't the only set of rules for rudderplot. There are others, so there's different rules for warm-up, and there would be different rules also for different types of racing, depending on the notice of regatta. So it's vitally important, especially if it's a strange piece of water to us, or it's a new format of a regatta, that we know the rules prior to getting on the water. And why is it important for both officials and competitors to know these rules? So the first is that disobeying the rules can be dangerous. So let's just come back to the safety aspect for a moment. Does anybody have any idea what can happen when two boats collide head on?
A hell of an expensive repair bill.
Yeah, that's one. But I think more importantly, let's just think about an 8 for a moment. So a fully laden 8, especially at senior level, weighs approximately 3/4 of a ton. And when an 8's going at full speed, it's going about 20 kilometers an hour. So if two 8s have a head-on collision, both doing a racing start, you have a closing speed of 40 kilometers an hour and a very narrow point at the beginning, at the stop, in the bows of the boat. And so people get badly injured in these circumstances, and people have even been killed in a collision. And I certainly know of one, which is in the British Championships, British National Championships in 1980, where two 8s doing racing starts rode into each other and somebody died. But we've also had injuries on our own waters a few years ago at Wemapan, for instance, when two boats collided head on, and we had a burst spleen with one of the competitors and so forth. So we worry about the rules, the traffic rules, for safety reasons, and we need everybody to be aware of it. So, some of the things that can happen, for instance, there's crews are coming here on the way to the start, and a crew racing down the course leaves its water and can have a collision with one of those, or a crew coming up to the start wanders onto the course and creates the conditions for a collision. Now we can all say, well, the umpire should have seen it and so forth, but the umpire might not be in a position to actually deal with that. The umpire might be somewhere else on the course dealing with a crew that's overturned or something else. So it really is important that we monitor crews, that if we see crews starting to do dangerous things and so forth, that we we call them up, we explain to them why what they're doing is dangerous, and try and change behavior from that perspective. I think we've all seen in the last 2 years, probably because the crews are rusty, also because there's been a degradation in terms of situational awareness and watercraft. Over many years now, it was already getting serious prior to COVID, that crews are unleashed on the water without knowing some of these basics. So this is really an appeal to everybody, to help coach crews, coach competitors, and get this understanding back. Now we spoke. We spoke about the rules of the water. I'd also point out that sometimes the rules are the water rules have gaps in them. So this is VLC, for instance, and there is no clear indication on here what a crew should do if they want to warm down after a race. So the crew is here at the finish line. What do they do? And I think the only safe thing in this regard, and then we have to use our discretion here, is to tell the crew that wants to warm down to row up and around here again, because if they go backwards here, if they're a coxless crew and a crew has missed their race and is rowing down here, you have the the situation where a collision can occur. Okay, so let's move to the duties themselves, so to the marshal. So the marshal really deals with crews, in the holding area, which is the part where the crews gather prior to the start. And the marshal has several things that we would ask that the marshal looks after. So the first is to organize the crews in a way that they can get to the start in a clear and unimpeded manner, and that they're clear on where they are and which their start is, and so forth. Now, of course, again, the crew should know this, but they don't. So the marshal monitors WhatsApp for changes to races, racks and stacks the crews, and I'll get into racking and stacking in a little bit. Keeps the crews for the next race close to the start, and the crews for the one after that slightly further away, and so forth. Marshal should also monitor crews as they arrive and understand who is available and who isn't. Marshal should hand over the crews to the relevant umpire at the right time, and and also check for missing crews. I think a lot of this has got easier these days with WhatsApp, but there still might be the need to send a message or ask on the radio around that. Okay, so let's just talk about some of the nuances of the marshal's role. So we've got South African schools champs, and it's the Druiderplaat, and we've got crews here in the holding area for the 1,000-meter start, and we've got a wind coming in this direction, and what we're interested in is what's likely to happen here in the holding area. So based on past experience, what I think will happen is that the crews will all be blown into the bay here, and they'll start getting stuck on the rocks and getting stuck with each other and so forth. And if we just think about that for a minute, what are the likely consequences of it? So the first is that the marshal now gets distracted from what the marshal wants to do, and potentially rescue also, because you're now pulling boats off and trying to rescue them, etc. And this doesn't only happen at Druiderplaat. We saw it at VLC Sprints, for instance, with crews stuck in the reeds, crews stuck on the bank. And so forth. So when the marshal is dealing with these crews, the marshal isn't racking and stacking, and there's no sense of order at the start. So what we then end up with is delays for the start. And we've even seen a situation when a crew has missed its race because it's so stuck in here and deaf also, and unaware of what time their race is and what the one is before theirs, etc. That even when they've been called, etc., that they're stuck, they don't notice, and they miss their race, which is not what we want to happen. So the question then arises is, well, what should happen? If we don't want this, where everybody's been blown into the bank and stuck on it, well, the key to all of this, and it's really a very simple piece of watermanship, but it isn't well understood by crews today. And this again, we've approached the coaches to help coach their crews in this regard. But also as officials, we should be helping crews on the water to understand what to do. And the key thing here is if the wind is coming from here, that the boat turns with their bows into the wind. And when the boat is turned in that orientation, then things get a lot simpler. Firstly, the surface area for the wind to catch is a lot smaller. And secondly, that it's very easy just to, by touching 1 or 2 strokes, once a minute or whatever it is, for the crew to stay in the same situation. So if we think about a racing shell for a moment, a racing boat is highly optimized for going forward fast, okay? But it can only make very gradual turns when going forward, and going backwards is hard, and moving sideways is impossible. So this orientation of crews is really key for the crew to have full control and easy control of where they are and staying in the right place. Of course, if the wind's coming from a different direction, then they would also still need to orientate correctly. If the wind is reversed and coming this way, then typically the marshal has a lot of trouble keeping the crews off the course. The crews don't think of turning into the wind and staying away from the course. And if the wind is blowing this way down the course, then half the crews end up near the 2,000 meter mark and so forth. So what we should try and do is get the crews to get control of where they are on the water, and that also help, and we do that by educating them if we've got the time to do it when we're on the water. So let's think now about the situation at the start. So again, we're here at the 1,000 meter mark at Rudderplaat. How will the situation at the start differ between a junior regatta, so under 14 and under 15 only, and a regatta that has both juniors and seniors? So if it's a junior regatta, under 14s and under 15s only, then it's not possible for crews to be coming down from the 2,000 meter mark. And it's very easy to rack and stack the crews because we've got plenty of space here. So what the marshal does is bring crews onto the course in their race order, if you like, and you can rack and stack as many as you like. So we've just got a race gone there. Here are the crews for the next race. Here are the crews for the race after that. Here are the crews for the race after that. And we get the crews on. Sometimes we've got umpires in boats between these. If we haven't, we just ask the crews to leave enough space. The crews which are further back, of course, still need to orientate themselves. Now, they wouldn't be perfectly aligned to the wind because they'll also be moving forward with time. So they'll be at a slight angle to it. The next race to start, those crews will probably turn straight by now, but should be on the right-hand side of their lanes. So that when they get to the start, there's a little bit of time for the aligner to align them before they're in the middle of the course. If they row to the start in the middle of the course and they don't all get to the start together, then by the time the aligners got them all aligned, then half of them are bashing into the aligner station, and you have to pull them back and restart. Okay, so it's really key that the next race has got enough room between themselves and the start line to do final straightening and adjusting before they get to the line. Now, if we've got a junior and a senior regatta, then it's a little bit trickier because we've got to keep the crews off the course until the previous race from the 2000 is past us. So that's indicated here by these green boats. So what the marshal should do is still keep the crews together, the crews in a single race together. So you can see here's the first race afterwards, here's the next race after that, here's the next race after that. And they can come onto the course a little bit down the course as soon as this crew has gone. or this race is gone, and then the next ones can come in behind them, and so on and so forth. So again, we're getting ready to rack and stack, but we pre-prepared the rack and stack prior to the to the previous race coming down. And it's really crucial for us to be quite quick after the last race from the 2000 before the first race from the 1000, because typically there's a lot to be done, and the time interval between races has remained the same. So if the next race was from the 2000, then you would have plenty of time to set those crews up and get them going. But here they're already past the, you've already spent 3 minutes to get to the 1000, at least 3 minutes, and you've now only got 3 minutes to get these crews to the start. So it is important to do that. Now what should happen in a hedge race? So in a hedge race, crews will boat in approximately race number order. And so they should be arriving here at the start also in approximately race number order. So, it should be relatively easy for the marshal just to get the crews onto the course. If somebody arrives well out of race number order, send them further to the back. All of these crews can count, and we should be instructing them to find their place in this crew of boats. So we can see here, for instance, one boat's arrived a little bit out of order. They can just slot in and move down. Now, if there's a tailwind, really important to keep the first boat well away from the start prior to the race start. Otherwise, we will get all of these boats cascading up to the start, and we'll get a shambles again. And then what should happen is that once the race starts, this line moves forward continuously, and additional crews are feeding in from the back. And again, just educating the crews around this is an important thing to do. So I'm finished with marshals. Any questions about marshals? Carol.
Yeah, Craig. So I've never been on the water, and I don't know how it sort of works realistically, but I know from Control Commission that these kids never know their race numbers. So how, when they get on the water, do they kind of figure out where they're supposed to be in the queue? And if they don't know their number, how does the marshal kind of guide them?
Yeah. So good points, Carol. So again, there's some education on the coaching side, and we are attempting to do that at the same time. We've got to rebuild the institutional knowledge that has been lost. But at Control Commission, the boat has got a number on it, so that's the number that we need to worry about. And in general, that number is unique in a hedge race. So it might be 113 or whatever it is, but that number is unique. But at Control Commission, it is worth asking the cox, or if there isn't a cox in the boat, the stroke or the single sculler themselves, what race they're in, and do they know the race before theirs, and and the race to before theirs. So we help build this awareness and the situational awareness of the crews, so that they start self-organizing a little bit. I think what's happened over the last 20 years is that as marshals and officials, we've noticed that the crews are deficient, and then we do more and more work to compensate for it, and all that happens is that the crews become more and more deficient. It really is important to start educating them around this. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I just also find that, like, some some crews will want to get out there earlier, some are very lastminute.com. So you'll have a later race going out before an earlier race, and how they find each other on the water. I don't
Yeah.
understand that.
Okay, that's the Marshals' task, and that does happen.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carol. Evelyn?
Yeah, we've had a debate about writing the race number on either the Cox or the Strokes hand. So Selwyn's like, I don't like writing on people, and other people are saying, well, they do it at swimming events and triathlons and things, and if you didn't have the number on your hand or on your arm, it would be a problem. So I think it is a consideration that we should look at, because the kids are stressed. You don't want to stress them out even more by making an issue about the race number. Make sure that they've got the race number at Control Commission, but it does make the Marshals' life a little bit easier.
Yeah, for sure. And it's frightening to me how even the coaches don't know these things. Okay, but certainly at Control Commission with junior crews, the coach is normally there as the boats are being checked out, and you can ask the crew, do you know what race you're in, and do you know what race is going down before yours? And if they don't know, you can say, turn to the coach and say, why doesn't this crew know? And
But they forget by the time they get to the start because they're so stressed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because we have to tell them, because we have to find them on the sheet with the correct stroke name, etc. We obviously check their number on their boat for their lane number. So we've checked that they're on the right thing. But I think, as Evelyn says, they forget at the moment they've rushed away. So I just find it interesting, because that must be so tricky. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have had the situation in the past where a crew's arrived at the start, and we've asked them what their stroke name is, and their stroke name doesn't appear anywhere, and we ask them what race they're in, and they don't know, and we ask them what lane number they're in, even though the lane number's on the boat, they don't know that either. It is quite distressing. Okay. So let's have a look. So let's move on to the aligner. The aligner is on the side of the course at the start line, and is responsible for ensuring that the crews start in a fair way without one crew having an advantage. So let's look at the aligner's duties. So as we said before, the aligner is responsible for ensuring that all the bar balls are in line at the start line. The aligner holds the white flag ready. Now that doesn't mean that the white flag is held out. It can just be down next to the side of the liner. In terms of getting these crews aligned, the commands are back, touch, or hold. So what the umpire about the aligner might say is, touch it, lanes 1, 3, and 5, back at lane 2 and 4, hold it lane 6, and so forth. Now in this backing, touching, and holding, I think it's important to be aware that boats don't stop immediately. So if we tell a crew to hold, but the crew is exactly on line, it's going to overshoot. So if we want a crew to hold, we must tell it to hold before the line. In general, might even ask them to stop rowing, and let it drift, and then hold right at the last second. We also, as we mentioned before, boats can't move sideways. So where we've got floating starts, which is in general most of the starts in South Africa, if there's a crosswind, really important to bring all the crews up simultaneously, because otherwise, if crews don't all arrive at the same time, and one crew arrives 20 seconds after the other crews in the race, then those crews are going to be out of their lane by the time the last crew arrives. So the umpire can also assist with this, asking crews to all move, getting crews in line before the start, so that it's easy for the aligner to bring them all up simultaneously. Then when the crews are aligned, and assuming that or after checking that the starter and the umpire are ready, then the aligner holds up the white flag and calls "Hold it all, crews." And then as the just prior to the start by the starter, and just after, check for a false start. And if there is a false start, draw the attention of the umpire and the crews to the fact that there's a false start, so that the race can be stopped. And the aligner should also be working on keeping to the race schedule. The assistant aligner, so assistant aligner can assist with updating the program. So you're monitoring WhatsApp, changing things on the program, etc., so that it's always accurate when the aligner is calling the crews up. Pressing the ping, the electronic start button, if such a thing is available, but starting the stopwatch for every race is a key duty of the assistant aligner. If the start of the race is missed by the judge at the finish, then the assistant aligner can help with a countdown, at a minute or something of that nature. So typically, what on the radio, if the judge at the finish asks for a time, you'll say, okay, I'll give you 1 minute, and then you'll count it down. So 10, 9, 8, so that the judge at the finish can get the exact time. The assistant aligner can also mark off crews as they arrive at the start, so there's an awareness of who's available, and manage the radio communications. Just some more things around the aligner. The crews must be aligned properly, especially for senior and this should be senior A events or first crew events. Any of the more elite events. Obviously, there is some discretion required here if we're dealing with bad weather and a crosswind and under 14, sea quads, and it would take more time than we had to align them properly. Then there's some discretion involved in that as well. So we have to be pragmatic and reasonable. Then for the aligner as well, especially at Ridderplaat, where the aligner's boats need to be tied to buoys. Remember to take spare rope with you to the start, otherwise you can't tie the boat in position. To tie the equipment to the boat in case it falls overboard. We don't want it lost. And finally, also don't leave the boat unmanned, because somebody, a crew might row into it. So it is important that when there's a boat on the water, that it is manned, and that the aligners aren't lying down in the boat, that they are looking to see if crews going towards the start might hit them, etc. Right. So then let's move. So any questions on the aligner? Evelyn.
Okay, so as a rower, one of the very frustrating things is, so the aligner's waiting for those bow balls to be absolutely perfectly aligned. But if you've just asked a crew to back down, the moment their bow ball is in line, you cannot say, hold it all, crews. attention, and then the umpire goes, attention, go. Because when they're in that process of actually backing down, they're at a big disadvantage if you immediately, while they're still moving, say, hold it all, cruise. So I think if you've asked a crew to back down, personally, I think it's better to stop them a little bit short and get them to move up. The moment you start backing down, you looking for problems. And you need to give those crews a chance to actually stop and get ready again. Just don't go back down, lane 3, back down, hold it all, crews, because you're going to have probably objections about the aligning at the end.
Yeah, so good point, Evelyn. Well, one of the other things and the subtleties that's often missed is that a boat will move in the water, even if it's completely stationary, if a crew moves from backstops to front stops. So when aligning, you want all your crews at front stops, or if you understand how much it'll move, then expect the boat to move forward by about 1 meter as the crew moves from backstops to front stops, because otherwise you might have them perfectly aligned, and when you say hold it all, crews, some of the crews move to front stops, and then your alignment goes out completely. So these are subtleties that that one must take account of. Okay, right, no more questions. Okay, so the duties of the starter. So mostly in South Africa, the starter and the umpire are combined, but I'll separate them here because there are some regatta venues like Wemo where they're not. So what should the starter do? So firstly, check WhatsApp for changes to cruise and schedule. Then apply the 2-minute rule. So at 2 minutes before the race, the crew should be ready to race. And that means on the course, lined up, on the course, ready to attach to the start. The race should be started at race time, and yellow cards should be issued to crews that arrive after the 2 minutes prior to the start. So there is some ambiguity in terms of what we mean by that 2 minutes. So what Herman says is, you start aligning the crews with 2 minutes to go, and if a crew arrives within those 2 minutes, but before the start, if they can get onto the start in time, then they can go. Otherwise, they're going to they're going to be disadvantaged, and that's their own problem. So that's just one way of thinking about the 2 minutes rule. Then with a starter, the starter should only start the race firstly when the course is clear. So so have a look down, make sure that no crew is overturned, or that rescues on the water, or crews wandered onto the course on the way to the start, or whatever. And then the next point is the previous race has progressed sufficiently. The umpire in the prior race gets feels somewhat aggrieved when you row through their race, but that's nothing compared to what the judge at the finish feels, where they've got to now try and separate two different races. And if they are 2 heats in a of the same race, and they've got very similar crews, it becomes very difficult to identify crews and so forth. So let's be very cognizant of that. Respect the task of the judge at the finish and so forth. Then the next thing is, you can only start the race if it's before the race start time, if all crews are present. So you cannot start a race early if all crews are not present. If all crews are present, then it is permissible to start early, but not if all crews are not present. And we only want to start the race when the pilot or the starter's assistant has completed calling in the race. So again, this is to ensure that the people working at the judge at the finish have adequate warning of the race, that the race is going to start, and so forth. So now this is particularly a point Herman asked me to raise. What happens if a crew suffers a breakage before the start, so on the way to the start or something of that nature? So anybody want to hazard a guess?
Do you hold the race?
Yeah. So yeah, partially correct, Sir Carol. That's been a good guess. Okay, so if a crew suffers a breakage before the start, or there's damage to a boat prior to the start, then depending on the nature of the damage, what the rule says is the umpire will liaise with the president of the jury and make a decision whether to delay the start or not. So this is this cannot be done by the umpire alone. It has to be done in conjunction with president of the jury, and it is important to take into account the nature of the breakage. So clearly, where the crew could not control the damage to the boat, so another boat rode into them, or something of that nature, then clearly that a delay to the start is warranted. It also depends how long the repair will take. So if the repair is going to take an hour, then obviously decisions have to be made as to whether to row that race later or not. But if, for instance, crew has come off its slide and the slide is broken, that's probably a maintenance issue, and then you probably wouldn't be holding the start for that. So there is some discretion or some judgment required in deciding whether to delay the start of a race because of a breakage before the start. Okay, so dress code. So the starter should check the dress code. There's a lot of words here, but it's pretty simple. All the members of the crew, their tri-suits or t-shirts, whatever they're wearing, should be the same and should be in the official club colors. But what sometimes happens is, for instance, that somebody who rows, is that the first crew in a club has a slightly different tri-suit to the second crew, but somebody's fallen out of the first crew and there's a substitute from the second crew, so I've got to take that into account. Sometimes rows have just started and they haven't had time to get the official uniform yet, and so they might just be in a plain t-shirt, or some of the poorer clubs can't afford uniforms, so some discretion is required around that. But the crew breaking the dress code can be given a warning, a yellow card. Then if more than one person in a boat is wearing a hat, then those hats must be the same. Okay. So it's not compulsory to wear a hat, and if only one person's wearing a hat, then it can of course be unique. But if there's more than one, they must be the same. And the same goes for undershirts and leggings. So if more than one person is wearing an undershirt or leggings, then these must be the same for both competitors. It should be of a neutral color, not to compromise the racing uniform. And then sunglasses are a free fall. Okay, so the starter So the starter's first duty is to announce the race and marshal the crews towards the start line. So it is a really good idea to call the race. So you call the crews one by one. So lane one, their club and the stroke name, and to make sure that they're there. It has proven useful in the past. I nearly started the wrong race once because or I would have started the wrong race if I hadn't called the crews. So this is just an important thing to do. Once you've called the race and you're happy that the crews can approach the start in a reasonable way, then you can hand over to the judge at the start or the aligner and hold out the red flag horizontally, at which stage then the pilot or the assistant will start calling the race as well. Then the next step is to wait for the aligner to hold at all crews, and then before proceeding with the start, check that the crews are straight and all the other things that we mentioned before, that that a crew hasn't wandered onto the course or something of that nature, so that the course is clear. So after the liner says hold at all crews, and you're happy that the crews are straight and not going to clash with each other immediately after the start, then the starter will raise the red flag and call attention, and then after an approximately 1 to 5 second pause, which should differ between races, you call go. In lowering, in pulling down the red flag, the starter should be aware that of the angle that it's pulled down at, so to ensure that the judge at the finish or the spotters in the finish tower can actually see the red flag. So it really is important that the red flag is perpendicular to the line of sight from the finish tower, that especially at VLC, that the umpire is visible or the start is visible from the finish tower, but that all crews can also see the red flag. So the actual start is the lowering of the red flag, and that's what the crews need to look for. So they have to have sight of that. And if the aligner calls a false start, then the umpire will wave the red flag and call stop rowing. Okay, so in poorer weather conditions, we can have a situation where we move from a static start to a rolling start. Now, what do we mean by a rolling start? It means that the crews are moving as they cross the start line. So it's really important in this to ensure that the crews approach the start line in line abreast. So the umpire needs to shepherd them.
I can't. Okay, you go on.
The umpire needs to shepherd them towards the start, and then when they're in earshot of the aligner, the aligner will call crews to catch up and slow down. Of course, prior to this, the umpire should have explained to the crews that they are not going to stop at the start line. They are going to start racing. When the crews get within a meter or so of the start line, the aligner doesn't stop the crews, just simply or when the crews are a little bit before the start line, the aligner raises the white flag and gives the command prepare to race as they cross the line, and then the umpire can call attention go with no pause. For the umpire, just one thing to be aware of, because you're moving, the red flag will be blowing out behind you, so it's quite hard for the the judge, the spotters at the judge at the finish to see it. So when you raise the red flag and lower it, you must do it very quickly so that the red flag is visible to the judge at the finish. And then if we've got more than one heat in an event, then all the umpires taking those heats must use a rolling start. We can't have some heats done off a static start and some off a rolling start. Right, so that's the starter. Any questions here on the starter? Evelyn.
Me as always, sorry. So I think that sometimes the umpire feels pressure. When the aligner says hold all crews, they feel that they automatically have to say attention go. And I think it's important to remember that as the umpire, it's your race. The aligner can't see that the boats are, the aligner can see if the boats are correctly aligned on the line, but the aligner can't see if they're at an angle. If you can see that there are two boats that have drifted and they're actually aiming at each other, there's absolutely no point to go attention go, because they're just going to crash. So just if you can see that this is not going to work, don't say attention go. Rather see if you can just say straighten up. If that doesn't help, rather back the crews down and ask the aligner to start again, because you're just going to have a problem if you go straight away. The other thing is, I think also, especially with the seniors and the under 19s, with the 8s, they like to play games, and the cox will hold up his hand, and he holds up his hand, he's not ready, he's not ready, he's not ready. And Craig, your opinion on this, but as far as I understand, we don't have to take cognizance of the hands that are up. That you will obviously look at them and see if there's anything that you can see that could be a problem. But if they keep putting their hands up and down and up and down and up and down, the aligner says hold it all crew, give them a moment to put their hands down and say attention go, because you can really be the coxes can really play games at the start with those 8s in a final race.
Yeah, so good point, Evelyn. So firstly, some might got left off here, that the starter should check that all the hands are down, but there is discretion as well. So if a crew is got its hand up and isn't doing anything, or is gaming is gaming the situation by having their hand up more than is warranted, then the starter can start the race without reference to it. And that's, I can't remember the rule number, but it's definitely in the rules. Denise?
For bad weather, is there a reason why we don't do rope out starts?
Okay. Yeah, so good question. So the whole issue of rope held starts, I think, warrants something in its own right. But as one of the leading proponents for installing rope held starts and starting to use them, there are a few things. So firstly, they have to be installed. Secondly, we're going to have to train the crews on using a rope held start. They were common 20 years ago. Everybody knew how to use them, even under 13 crews rowing in their first race, etc. But people have forgotten, and it's going to require some education around that. What I would also say is it's a rope held start the time to start using a rope held start isn't in poor weather, because it is it requires some boat skills in order to be able to pick up the buoys for the rope held start. And it's hard. It's of course much harder to do it when there's waves and wind and so forth, especially given the standard of watermanship that we see in the crews today. So if we're going to do rope held starts, we should do them all the time, and get the crews used to it in good weather, actually, rather than in poor weather. Because I just can't see that we would ever get the skills up for rope held starts by only using them in poor weather. The important criteria, or the reason that I'm such an advocate for rope held starts, is that it's much fairer. So, if we think about the finish line, and having cameras on the finish line, and being able to tell whether a crew is one bow ball ahead, etc. But we're starting crews up to half a meter apart in first races, and potentially a canvas apart in an under 14C race or whatever. So why are we bothering so much with the finish? It seems crazy. So just from a fairness perspective, I think rope held starts are required, but it's a much bigger topic, and it requires quite a lot of work and preparation and change management, I think, before we can get them to work properly. Does that help, Denise?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to the umpire. Oh.
Sorry, I was just typing to Greg. Just on the rope held starts, I absolutely agree with you that those rope held starts are far fairer on everybody if everybody knows how to use them. And that also includes educating the umpires on how to instruct the crews to use them as well, because they can really, really be useful. Wema always had rope held starts. VLC has had rope held starts, they just haven't been pulled up. And I believe at the 1K at Ridderplaat, we used to have them there as well. And I think I agree with you. It would be a really good idea to get those rope held starts in again.
Yeah, 100% agree, Evelyn. And the cadence of the start on a rope held is also completely different. So it's a lot of education of the officials as well. So on a floating start, we hold the crews back from the start line until we're ready to align. On a rope held start, for instance, you push the crews straight onto the start line as soon as the previous race is gone. So they're picking up the buoys and early on, because it takes time to pick them up, etc. So there's a lot of tricks of the trade around it that we need to deal with. Right, so let's get to the umpire. So the umpire starts the race alongside the starter, or just depending what the start looks like. So if it's at Wema, they might have umpire might have to start from the side, etc. But basically from behind where the crews are. But the umpire doesn't stay in one place. As we all know, the umpire follows the crew down the race. So the umpire moves a lot. So there's quite a few slides on the umpire. So the first is that, as we said before, the starter and umpire duties can be combined. But with the umpire's hat on, is responsible for the conduct of the race once the starter has started the race. So if we're at Wema and there's a starter, then the umpire only comes into play after the start. The umpire needs to understand the traffic rules and the local rules, as published in the regatta notice and displayed at the venue. So that goes without saying. I think we've already mentioned some of those before. The umpire should also check that they've got all the right equipment and should know the radio protocol. I think that's also obvious. And then the golden rule, which we mentioned earlier, the umpire is responsible for safety and for fairness, but safety is the main concern. So it becomes a trade-off between safety and fairness, then safety will come first. Right. So what are the umpire's other duties? So firstly, the umpire, if any of the coxes in the race are carrying ballast, should check that the crew has the ballast prior to the start. Now, of course, that's not the only place or the most important place to check ballast. The most important place is to check it on the incoming jetty and then weigh it as well. The umpire's got no hope of weighing it on the water, but it can at least check that the crew has it, and exclude the crew from the race if the cox isn't carrying ballast at all. Then after the go, so that the starter's flag is red, the umpire uses only the white flag unless you're trying to stop the race. Okay, and then as has been emphasized, don't sort of just wave the flag around during the race. Either show it when it needs to be showed, or hide it. But don't just sort of wave it around unconsciously. It confuses crews, confuses the commentator, all sorts of people. So just after the start, follow the crews in the middle of the course. Work with the pilot on the boat positioning. If you're an experienced pilot, the pilot will be doing with that, but dealing with that probably automatically. But it's still the umpire's call where you want the boat positioned. And then do your best to keep all crews clear of the wake, even the laggards. But if it comes to a trade-off of protecting the medalists, and those that will qualify for the semi-finals, and protecting everybody, then you might have to wash the laggards. If you move as the umpire ahead of crews in the race, then remember to look behind you. Regularly to make sure you've still got all of your crews, that nobody's overturned, that nobody that's still in your race is in any danger, and that's a really important thing to do. The pilot can help with that as well. So then what happens if a crew leaves its lane? So a crew is allowed to leave its lane. If a crew leaves its lane, it loses the protection of the umpire, but the crew can leave its lane providing it doesn't interfere with the other boats. And then the umpire shouldn't be steering crews unless that crew is about to affect another crew who's in its own water. As we said before, if a crew is outside its water, then they lose the protection of the umpire, or there's an obstruction or a danger. Then the umpire can steer the crew. If the umpire has told the crew to stop rowing, then you can tell the crew to continue rowing. You call out the crew name, and if that's and say whatever crew you are, continue rowing. And if you've got two crews moving towards each other, you can also just call them both out and say keep apart. And in doing all of this, again, remember the safety of the crews and the boats. So in asking a crew to change direction, you hold up the white flag vertically, you call the crew name, and then you pull down the white flag in the direction that you want the crew to go. Carol, I see your hands up.
Sorry, me again. Just on that third point, what do you mean by if the crew is told to stop rowing? Who would have told them to stop rowing, and then now you're telling them to continue?
Yeah, so the umpire would have told them to stop rowing.
Sorry, I thought this was the umpire we're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, exactly. So the umpire can also tell the crew to stop rowing. I'll get to when you can tell the crew to stop rowing later on.
Okay, thanks.
But it is a point. I suppose it is ambiguous the way it's framed here. Okay, so the umpire can stop a race. And umpire should stop a race if a fair race is not possible. A clear time when a race should be stopped if there's a clash, just after the start. There's no point in rowing the race further. Just stop the race. Award a yellow card to the crew that caused the obstruction, and restart the race. But in stopping a race, you stop the race by waving the red flag, and you sound whatever loud noise you've got, the siren or a bell or whatever. Call out stop rowing. But if you stop a race, then you cannot restart the race from where you stopped it, unless it's a 2-boat river race, on the Cowie. For instance, you've got to take the crews back to the start and restart the race from the start. And you can either restart immediately, or you can check with the POJ for a new start time. So, for instance, if you've had 2 crews clash with each other and it's damaged the one crew's boat, and you're going to have a delay, then you can send all the crews back to the jetty and agree with the POJ at what time you're going to row that race. So those are the 2 alternatives: back to the start immediately, or later with consultation with the POJ. Now, what does the umpire do at the finish? So the first thing is, after the crews are finished, is to look out for medical conditions. So crews, a crew member lying down in the boat, or something of that nature. If there are no medical conditions, you wait 10 to 15 seconds to ascertain if an objection is raised. If no objection is raised, then you can clear the race by holding up the white flag. In holding up the white flag, one should use 2 hands and first show the white flag to the crews and then to the finish tower. If an objection is raised, okay, then you don't hold up the white flag, you hold up the red flag. What does holding up the red flag mean? It means hold the result, do not publish anything. Okay. Until we've dealt with the objection. Of course, if the umpire believes that the race wasn't fair, even if there was no objection, you can still hold up the red flag until you deal with the situation. The red flag means hold the result. Okay, but if it's assuming there is an objection, so the first is ascertain, so go and consult with the crew and ascertain the reason for the objection. So you have to ask the crew why they're objecting. And this is important to do. We have had situations where the umpires leapt to or thought they knew why the crew was objecting, and they were objecting for a completely different reason. So it is important to ask about the reason for the objection. Then make a decision to uphold or overrule. But prior to making that decision to uphold or overrule, consult with the relevant officials should that be required. So if the objection was that another crew was ahead at the start, then you've got to speak to the judge at the start or the aligner, and so forth. If you need to know what the finish order was in terms of reaching a decision, then you can ask the judge at the finish for what the finish order was, or if you were unsighted with something, you can ask an umpire who was on their way to the start whether they saw it and can provide illumination. You do all of those things. So consult widely. That's good. You don't have to make a decision in a vacuum. Then you make a decision to uphold or overrule. If you overrule the objection, you can hold up the white flag and clear the race. If you uphold the objection, then you advise the POJ and judge at the finish and everybody else, of that decision. That might then allow the judge at the finish to publish the result, but might not, as we'll see in a minute. But the one thing the umpire cannot do when there's an objection is ask the POJ for advice. The president of the jury might have to convene the jury and then has to, can't have any bias in terms of a decision that was made. Okay, so any questions on the umpire? Okay, so let's get to the pilot.
Sorry, me again. I was waiting to see if anybody else was going to say anything. So I think sometimes less is more. I always remember Selwyn saying, and umpiring being a Selwyn's pilot, and if you constantly on the loud hailer and waving your flag around, it can also affect the cruise. So when you see a cruise sort of maybe potentially heading towards the edge of their lane, if you take your boat in that direction, they see you coming and wait, and you can see whether they're going to correct themselves or not. Obviously with under 14s that's not always the case, but if you are forever shouting instructions and giving instructions and waving your flag around, the crews can get really confused as to what they need to do. So you need to give really clear instructions and don't just keep shouting on the loud hailer and waving your flag. Be less is more. Sorry.
Yeah. So good points, Evelyn. The in general, that a crew above under 15 level, although it might be a little different now with the loss of institutional knowledge after COVID, will know when they're going skew. Okay. And and you only need to warn them once, and if they continue going skew, it's because there's nothing they think they can do about going skew, and they just want to keep rowing as hard as they can, and they think that'll get them to the finish line as soon as possible, and they haven't thought of the consequences of those actions, which we'll get to a little bit later, when we deal with clashes. But with the junior crews, it's slightly different. I had one at Wema last year where the cox didn't know which way to pull the rudder cable in order to turn, so it was pulling the rudder cable in completely the wrong direction. And then you've got to provide a little bit more coaching, in that regard. Okay, so the pilot. So the pilot needs to prepare the boat for the umpire. So you need to get there early to get the boat on the water, assist whoever is getting the boats on the water, get all the equipment on board the boat. So the 2 life jackets, the paddle, the bailer, make sure you've got a stopwatch, add a life-saving torpedo, add the petrol tank, whatever else is required, on the boat. Take a backup time if possible. I think it's nearly impossible for the pilot to take a backup time unless they're much more dexterous than I am. You're trying to hold the you're trying to hold the radio on channel 3, and accelerate the boat, at the start and so forth. Of course, if you've got a separate starter, then it's easy to take the backup time. You should do so. Okay. And then be careful of wake. So we'll just discuss that in a little bit. We've got a nice little diagram on it. But obviously, as the pilot, you want to try and get back to the start with all speed, but you shouldn't impede the oncoming race or wash crews in that regard. Okay, so the pilot is also the umpire's second pair of eyes and hands. Sometimes there's the umpire has missed something. Sometimes it's important to look behind if you're in front of other crews. etc. So the pilot should be looking around all the time and bringing the umpire's attention to anything that they think the umpire hasn't seen. Pilot should also be helping identify obstacles and traffic violations. Really important from a safety perspective. And then also obey where the umpire wants the umpire's launch, and that might be given by hand signals, and then also listen to the radio in case the umpire is called and the umpire doesn't hear the radio. Okay, so the radio procedure. So one of the key tasks of the pilot is to announce the race and to change to channel 3. So the pilot is in control of the radio at the start of the race and even during the race. So really important, as the red flag goes out, to call the race. So you call the race number, the event. So it might be race number 56, the third heat of the junior men 16 double sculls, and then the umpire's name or the umpire's number, and change over to channel 3. Once you're on channel 3, you can give the judge at the finish warning about the race. So you could re-announce it there, or you could also say, getting close to the start, especially if there's been quite a big delay, during the aligning and so forth. And then if the aligning is taking a lot of time, also warn the finish tower. So now stand down and flag up again. And then most important, hold the radio open to transmit to the finish tower. So going back to the start, so the pilot should go up right in the middle of the course. The reason for that is that gives the most chance for the wake to dissipate. In fairness to these crews, if you're going up on the side of the crew, then the wake dissipates quicker for the crew nearest you and slowest for the crew furthest away. So you can go at full speed down the middle of the course. When you're about 300 to 250 meters away from the nearest boat, you stop. Now, when stopping, you must let the boat settle before turning, because otherwise, when you turn, you create a wake that runs down the course. So you wait for the boat to settle in the water, turn 90 degrees, and idle off the course. And then when you passed the boat sort of coming towards you, then you can speed up again and move back to the center of the course. When following a race, you want to be as close as possible to the race without washing down these crews. Your wake comes out at the back of you at an angle like that, so you can be ahead of some of the crews without washing them. And if the umpire instructs you as the pilot, you can go ahead of these crews. Of some of the laggard crews, because it's important from a medal perspective. So if the umpire, for instance, thinks that there's a chance that one of the leading crews is going to go off course, in the finish spurt, and wants to be there, in case that happens, then you might need to wash some of the laggard crews. But you should never wash a laggard crew that has a chance of a medal or a position. Bit complicated. So then there's just some of the rules in terms of right of way and so forth. So if two motor launchers are approaching each other head on, then they must both turn slightly to the right and pass each other on their port sides. And if there's two boats following each other, they should be at 100 meters distance. And if two boats are about to cross each other and would be likely to hit, then the boat on the starboard bow takes precedence. So the the one on the port bow of the president's boat must turn off or slow down or do something. Okay, then the next thing is, if a crew overturns and we need to go and help them, so the first thing we do is notify rescue. Then we count the heads. If we can see heads, if it's a 4 or a quad and there's 4 heads and the crews are all okay and can manage quite okay until rescue arrives, then that's fine. If not, if there's a head missing, for instance, then you up the priority in calling rescue. So, priority 1 is get there with, with all speed. We'll abandon the race if necessary, and so forth. Priority 3 is make your way slowly. If there's a head missing, as we said, abandon the race. But anyway, from a safety perspective, until we're sure that the crew is okay, and rescue is in charge of the rescue and that everything is safe, we will attend as the umpires launch to the rescue. We have to approach carefully, so you don't want to cut any of the rowers, with the propeller or whatever. So you're going to be very aware of that. And if you can swim and there's heads missing and there's no rescue nearby, then you'll have to dive in as well. And then you could also use the umpire's boat to stabilize the boat while the crew gets in. And this applies equally to the marshal as well. Right. Okay, so I think we've dealt with the objections till now. So let's deal with penalties. So there's only 2 penalties that the umpire would give, or 3 actually. So one is a reprimand. So you tell the crew that they have been disobeying, but you don't issue a yellow card. You can issue a yellow card as a warning. So it's valid only for the upcoming race or the race that we're in. And they'll still apply if the race is re-rowed, and typical warnings are late at the start or dress code or violation of traffic rules. A red card removed from the event, so that was late at the start and not in time to start, or 2 yellow cards, or for a clash during the race. And we'll get to clashes in a second. A disqualification is a removal of a crew from all events. So this is really has to do with cheating, in some form or the other. So flagrant or intentional violation of the rules, intentionally disregarding what an official is saying, and on a repeated basis, and so forth. And then the relegation to last place, there's only one situation where this is done, and that's where the boat was underweight. So that's done after the finish of the race, once the crew is out of the water. If the boat is underweight, then the relegation to last place happens, but it doesn't happen at any other time. Okay, so let's get now to clashes. So what's likely to happen here? So what's likely to happen here is that purple will clash with blue. So if I was in the purple boat, what would I do? And I'll revisit this question a little bit later. And what can the umpire do in this case, as well? But let's leave these questions for a few minutes and deal with if the crews do clash, then how do we analyze an incident? So if crews clash, but a crew hasn't been disadvantaged, even if they've objected, it doesn't matter. Then we have a regular race. So the first question we ask is the umpire, has a crew been disadvantaged? If no, then we don't bother further. Then if a crew has been disadvantaged, Then the second question we ask is, has the disadvantage affected the ranking of the obstructed crew? So if the crew has been obstructed, but their ranking remains the same, they finish in the same position they otherwise would have, then we can also confirm the result. There's no point in the objection. If the ranking has been affected, then our next step is to exclude the offending crew. And if by excluding the offending crew, we restore the chances of the obstructed crew, then we can confirm the results. But in the worst case, if it doesn't restore the chances of the obstructed crew, then we have to re-row those crews whose ranking has been affected. So those are the rules. Okay, so now we've got the clash. So what happens if the finish order is purple, blue, orange, green? So purple wins this race. So Carol, have you got a question, or are you volunteering an answer?
Well, I'll answer that. So if purple wins, that's a problem. So they need to be excluded because blue, I don't know, would they have won?
Yeah. So if we come back to the analysis, if the clash, if a crew has been disadvantaged, the first question we have to ask. So if it was a very minor clash, blue didn't stop rowing, didn't lose any boat speed, etc., and so forth. It's unlikely, given the state of this picture. But if it was just a minor, a very minor clash, and nobody lost boat speed, etc., then we would let the results stand. But if blue had been obstructed, then we take the step further. What typically happens when you get this sort of clash is that these oars become entangled. Somebody catches a crab, and the angle between these two boats becomes more acute. So the minute you've got a clash, it actually becomes harder to separate the boats, and it's likely that they will stop. Sorry, Carol?
So my question just was going to be, when you say affecting the ranking, does that count for all rankings? So if like 7 and 8 clash, and then, the one objects because they should have come 7th instead of 8th, do you still, does the same thing apply, no matter the ranking?
Yeah, in theory, I'm not sure that we would worry about 7th and 8th, but
yeah, well, that's my question. Okay.
Yeah, you probably your focus is probably somewhere else, but yeah, in theory, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so if the finished order is purple, blue, orange, green, then so firstly the crew, we would have to say, was blue disadvantaged, and if blue was disadvantaged, was it material? Then yes, it was, because purple won. And then we can exclude purple. So if we exclude purple, then we get to a result which is blue, orange, green. And that result looks fair in terms of the positioning of the boats here. And so we can let the results stand. Okay. Then if the finish order is green, purple, blue, orange, then what happens? Anybody would venture to answer? Okay, so yeah, Justin. If you're talking, you're on mute, Justin.
Okay, I was just getting my mic on. I mean, surely purple is in error because they've changed lane, so that they no longer enjoy the protection of the umpire.
Yes, no, that's correct. So blue is the aggrieved boat here. So if this race finishes and the finish order is green, purple, blue, orange, then what do we as the umpire do?
I would suggest that purple gets purple obviously would have a red card. It would be green, blue, and orange.
Right. So let's just go through the thing again. So, what was there an obstruction? Yes, there was. Was the obstruction material to the finish order of the race? Yes, it was, because blue, was well ahead of green and orange at this time. Then our next sanction is to exclude the offending crew, which is purple. And when we exclude purple, then we get a finishing order that says green, blue, orange. And so that's still the wrong order. So by excluding purple, we still haven't restored the correct order. That means that we've got to have green and blue re-row this race. Green finished first, blue finished second. In our opinion, blue would probably have won. We get green and purple to re-row.
Correct.
Okay. So every time, just remember this analysis of the incident. You've got to ask these questions in this order, otherwise we might get to the wrong answer. Okay, so the next one. The finish order is green, orange, purple, blue. So what happens here? Justin?
Yeah, thanks for pulling me in on this one. I would suggest that if it's green, orange, purple, blue, it would be a similar sanction to what you just described. That the race would need to be re-rowed, particularly with purple having the yellow card.
So purple gets excluded. So purple gets a red card because they caused the obstruction and affected the finish order. But in this case, because both green and orange finished ahead of blue, we've got to re-row green, orange, and blue, not just green and blue as we had in the previous situation.
I concur.
Okay. Right, and then what happens if the finish order is blue, purple, green, orange?
It's all good.
Yeah, so even if there was an obstruction, it hasn't affected the crew which was obstructed. So blue still won. Okay, so you can just let the result stand. Again, if we come back, has a crew been disadvantaged? Clearly not. I mean, blue has been disadvantaged, but it hasn't affected the ranking. So blue won. So there's even if blue objects, there's no reason for the objection. You can just let the result stand. Okay.
Would they not object to a time if they're going for time?
Oh. So the rules do not make provision for that. Okay. So yes, in a heat, where there's so many heats that something happens or whatever. But in general, the first place finisher in the heat would go through anyway. But this time rankings in heats are an abomination, but they are what the several regatta organizers want. So that's what we live with.
Would it not perhaps be a matter of checking the progression rules, and if the other boats were disadvantaged by the progression rules, that might be a matter for the POJ to take on, as opposed to the umpire on the water.
Yeah. So Justin, up until now we've just been dealing with this scenario where blue was going to be the winner of the race. Or would potentially be the winner of the race, but these scenarios could equally well apply to a boat coming third, and that's a medal position in the race, or it could be to a boat coming second where the first two progress to the next round, or to the semi-final, to the final, or whatever. So the same rules apply.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Elvin. Sorry, Evelyn.
Okay, all right. So just as you said, when it comes to heats, you have to also be quite careful, because now at SA schools, we had some events that had 6, 7, 8 heats. And if you're going to get any crew to re-row, they all have to re-row under those same conditions. So you can't have some 6 heats row in the morning and then 1 heat rows later in the day, and then the conditions are not the same. So when it comes to the re-rows, it also can get quite complicated, because if it's heats, quarters, semi-finals, and finals, you also need to consider that these crews are going to have to row another race, which is in addition to everybody else, and therefore they're disadvantaged when it coming to quarters, semis, and finals. But I think from what happened at SA Schools Champs and with Selborne is that the umpire does need to make a decision on the water. And then really from there, if the crew isn't happy with the decision that is made, then they can take it further, and then the POJ would obviously get involved and make a decision from there. But yes, it can get quite complicated when there's heats.
So Evelyn, there's lots of edge cases, in this case. So now especially with timed heats, why I say they're an abomination, because it's, in those situations, it's nearly impossible to restore, perfectly. The other thing is with overall points trophies, where somebody coming 4th or 5th can also get points, and so forth. You can also end up with not restoring 100%. But these are all edge cases, and the rules don't. We should apply the rule as it stands, and then if it's going to create a complete anomaly, then then we consider what that means. But it can get quite subtle. The other thing that can happen is, it's very easy on a piece of paper or on a screen like this that we can show this incident. But sometimes things are a lot messier than this. That there's crews on one side of the course that are clashing and crews on the other side of the course that are clashing, and the umpire split between the two, or a crew behind the umpire's boat has just turned over and the umpire's looking away and trying to make sure that rescue can get to the boat, or he's counting heads or whatever. So often things are a lot messier and less clean cut than we have them here. And again, this ability to consult and ask is something which we should keep in our armory. So the bottom line here is that there is no upside for purple in this clash. Okay, the best that can happen after the clash is that purple can finish second. Okay, but purple cannot win the race, etc. So if I was sitting in the purple boat, I would avoid that clash at all costs. I would stop rowing if necessary to do so, or I would hold it up, because once you've caused the clash, and if blue doesn't beat green and orange, then you're out of the results completely. But crews don't think rationally in this situation. I think they also don't understand the rules well enough. And they think they've just got to continue rowing harder, as hard as they can, even if they're going skew, because that'll get them across the finish line the fastest. The reality is that'll slow them down, actually. That the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that's and between the crew and the finish line is perpendicular to the finish line. There's no upside to the crew in rowing skew like this, and there's only downsides. But what does that mean for us as umpires? Because I remember at the beginning I asked the question, and there is a tool in the umpire's armory which is called stop rowing. So I'm coming back to that now, Carol. Before we get to this situation, what the umpire should do is tell purple to stop rowing. It's in purple's interest actually to stop rowing. and to avoid the clash. If purple stops rowing, they can they can certainly in theory finish first. They would but it's their best chance of getting the best place. The purple cannot finish first if they clash, and unless it's a very minor clash, obviously. But purple can get excluded from the race. So as umpires, we should be cognizant of this and try and avoid clashes by telling the offending crew to stop rowing before the clash occurs. Prior to, obviously we've already told them, we've already told them to, warn them and told them to steer. But if they still, are incapable of doing it, we should tell them to stop rowing. But by telling the crew to stop rowing, we avoid all sorts of things. Okay, we avoid this complication of re-rows. We avoid the complications of timed issues in heat that Evelyn was talking about earlier. We avoid issues of upholding an objection and then it getting getting a protest and potentially an appeal and lots of unhappy people and tears, etc., etc. Just tell purple to stop rowing, and then all of those negative consequences disappear. And if purple's coach queries this with you afterwards, explain the rules to the coach and say it was in purple's interest to stop rowing. Okay.
And they can't carry on rowing until you tell them to row again.
Yeah. So the minute that the danger of a clash is over, you can tell them to continue rowing.
And if they disregard you, is that a red card?
Yeah, a crew that disregards an umpire's instructions can get into worse trouble than that. But yeah, start with a red card.
Thanks.
Okay, good. So that's it. I'm sorry we ran a bit over. Thank you for attending. If there are any more questions, I'll take them. Okay, Evelyn, it looks like you can stop the recording.
Okay, I'd just like to say thank you very much, because it's really, really great to see a lot of additional things that have come into your presentation, not just the same slides that we've always seen before. And I know it's a lot of effort to put it all together. So I think we should really appreciate what you've done. Hopefully we all learn something every day. So I think every time we umpire, and I think for those people who've never been on the water, don't be too scared of it. For those people who only want to be on the water, please go to the finish tower. So because you also have a better understanding of what you need to do on the water when you've been in that finish tower for a little bit, and possibly at Control Commission as well. So it's good to get an all-round experience.
Okay, thanks, Evelyn.
Thank you very much. It was great.
Carol, just got your hand up again.
Thanks. No, I just wanted to say thanks, Craig, and ask Evelyn. I think I've asked you this before, but how do we find out about sort of? I mean, it's all well and good to do the theory, which is awesome, but if we want to do like pilot training, how do we set that up?
Okay, so I know that Andre is looking at putting some training together for pilots, especially geared around the boats and the safety and specific to pilots, and also especially on the motor boats and the coach boats. And there's a lot that we need to do there. So I think once we've done all these training courses, and we start heading towards the new season, we're definitely going to have some boat training and pilot training coming in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, another thing, Carol, you can start with with one of the duties, like marshal or whatever, by being the second person in the marshal boat and learning on the job as well once you know the theory.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that.
Okay, so tell Annabelle, that you want a water duty.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good. Right. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
everybody.
Okay.
And we'll see you all same time next Wednesday for the next session. So please don't forget. Yeah, we'll see you there.
Are you going to spoil all our Wednesdays now? Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
bye.
you.